That game rocks. Did you enjoy it? It's one of the reasons my husband and I split his shit jokes. It's actually not. It helped. It helped. Very gorgeous. Okay, interesting. All right. Well, let's find out, I guess. Yeah, the OC part of my life has to 3-star him. I'm a bit like that, to be honest. Gree? I kept saying Gris, like Chris. I think it's Gree. I think I was told by it was Gree, but I don't know. Gris Griffin. It did help. I don't miss them. Causing you numb flashbacks. It's a joke I did for stream of it. I did like Gris Griffin, PNG YouTuber. Oh my god. Well, fuck. Music is good, but I think the color palette is the highlight. Okay, interesting. Interesting. I mean, it looks pretty incredible. Did this win art? It won an award of the art, didn't it? Art of the Game Awards. It's fucking loud. But it didn't sync and they made Never. That's right. I heard Never's really good too. They're making another game. They did DLC for Never recently. I don't think they gave trophies for it though. I wonder if Bailey's played Never. Bro, this is way too bright. Denial. Trophy! Goddamn right. Drop it. I still think of like that clip of like, well, not the clip, but like of like Rye the first time I saw him do that, and he literally just put on like, was it 2 or 3 pairs of sunglasses while dancing that time? 2 pairs, yeah. It was hilarious. I was giggling like a little dickhead. Every time it's 2 pairs. Hey, Spicy. Yeah, more cozy game today. I didn't want to start E33 and enjoy it or not like it and then wait all week to play it again. So I decided to start another game that's like a bit shorter. I think this is like 4 or 5 hours, I think, off the top of my head. How you doing today, brother? Hope you're well. I was going to do Journey with Rikoi, but I think Rikoi's a bit tired today, so didn't want to bother her. Just finished work, now I'm studying. Oof. Sorry to hear that, dude. How's your week looking? Is it looking alright? It's fine so far, it's good then. Wait, what? Oh, okay, that's the first collectible. I just need to finish one task work, so not too much pressure. That's okay then. Is your birthday in a few weeks? Is that on a weekend, by the way? It's on a Monday and a Tuesday. I'll try not work those 2 days. Weekday I had to file a leave. I respect it. I'll try not work those 2 days. I think that'll be my short week anyway, so I'll actually be able to do that most likely. I'll be able to work a little bit harder instead. By work harder, it's like that thing again where I do 3 fucking days of work in a single day, like a psychopath. Alright, those are the collectibles in the game that we need to get, apparently. Cool. No, I didn't mean that. Shut. If you want to do it blind, you can still chapter select after finishing the game. Yeah, I did see that. Ooh. We'll see, we'll see. It's got the vibe of like Journey. Mm-hmm.
My God! Okay, it's happening. Everybody stay calm. What's the procedure?
I got boys.
Stay calm. Everybody, calm down. No, no.
Hey, Witchy, how's it going? How are you? Hey, Colin, how's it going, fam? Hope you're doing well today. How was Town of Salim? Oh, wow. I haven't seen that game for a while. It's good? That's good, fam. I'm glad. Is it a macadamia nut cookie? That's my favorite. Hell yeah, dude. How was Town of Salim? Was it good? I love macadamia as well. Some fucking fire ass stuff right there. Some good ass cookies. How was Overwatch? Almost 10 hours. Damn. I mean, you put yourself in that position, didn't you? It was a good day. Apart from that. Yes. You did? It's so fun. Ah, that's good then. I'm glad. Did you just play with like people? I was like, I missed this dude. Let me raid him. It was so long. It was such a long stream. I enjoyed it. That's good then. Yeah, I played with my community. Nice. I haven't played Town of Salim before. I've heard really good things though. Email really enjoys it. I've talked to him before about it. It's so fun. Interesting. I might eventually look into it. What are you guys doing on Overwatch? Were you just playing casual or? Holy shit. Yeah, it's quick play. Nice. Please, and if you can get the Coven expansion. I'll see what I can do. Oh, for real, buy it for you? Nah, it's alright. I'll grab it at some stage. Throw it on the cheeky wish list and have a look. Okay, I can't get over there. Is it because I missed something? Is that why? I can't jump back there. Great. Wait, what? Ooh, maybe I'm not supposed to go there. Cookie was the one who brought it for me and been loving it. That's good then. I'm glad. Didn't know there was DLC expansions for it. Maybe we do have to go through. I'm gonna go past Outlaw, being rude, but love you so much, friend, and I hope you stream. Love you too, fam. Have a good one. Thank you seriously so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. You have a good slip. Dream of the cookies. Dream of the cookies. There's a turtle over there. What the fuck? I'm gonna dream about KFC. I respect it. Delicious, delicious KFC. That you should definitely buy tomorrow. I'm gonna go to bed too. I'm getting sleepy. I appreciate it, fam. You sleep well. God damn. No reason I keep thinking it's freaking Tuesday today. Oh god, the double I in my command, bro. I'll change that. That's annoying me already. Wait, what? Oh. I didn't see the stairs there. Bro's Batman. I am Batman. Was that Kirk's ginger beer? It is. Aldi had those mixed 30 packs. So we grabbed one. The Queer doesn't like ginger beer, so I've got to drink them. They're not too bad. They're just a little sweet. Ginger beer is ass, to be fair. I don't mind alcohol. I like alcoholic ginger beer. To be fair. I'm not the biggest fan of normal ginger beer. But yeah, she's already like cleaned up nearly. She's nearly cleaned up the creamy soda already. It was cheap though. I don't know if your LD will have them, but it was like $20, I think. It was $22 for like the 30 pack. It was pretty cheap for the mix pack. It looks like they were leftovers from like Easter camping or something. Every once in a while I remember Kirk's is even a fucking thing, to be fair. Did you get the Spice Bundies at Christmas? I did not try them, no. Were they good? I haven't even tried the actual like alcoholic ginger beer yet, like the Bundaberg one, because it's freaking people where I live are fiend for it, so. Oh, you don't drink it? I like the other Bundabergs, like the lemon lime bitters is really nice, and they have a lemonade as well. It's not creepy at all. What's coming again? Fuck, come on. I can only drink zero because I'm a fat bitch and shouldn't have liquid calories. I respect it. I'm the same though. I prefer zero, like zero drinks anyway, generally. Kind of grew up on them, so. Oh shit, I think we just fucked up. No, we're okay, we're okay, we're okay. Fuck me, man. Castlevania, I know, right? It's creepy. Isn't it amazing, like, with games like this, they can create stuff so easily like that. Without even trying. Well, I reckon we're not going to make it this time. No, we are just. Oh my god, that's not creepy at all. Not creepy at all. Shit. What happens if you get caught in the scary wind? I think we die. I got a bad feeling. I don't really want to find out, to be honest with you. I might do another playthrough to find out. But unless... How the fuck do I break that? Oh my god, do I need to make the whole jump again? Jess saying you're going backwards? I'm going backwards? How am I going backwards? Oh! That's what happens. Okay, interesting. I'm gonna have to come back for this, I think. Maybe there's an ability I get. I'm ascending! What the fuck? Okay. Turn into a fucking block. Alright, we'll go back now. Go on, wind. I know you're gonna pick up. It's like it's teasing me. It's like, yeah, go on, stand out. I don't trust it. Okay, we're good, we're good. Gun it. I know. I can't, like, you can't even run. Moved a bit quicker, I'd be a bit more confident. There we go. Hollow Knight dive. The square's so silly. Oh, you know what? I missed a fucking collectible because I was too locked in. Shit. Where did I miss it? Oh no, hang on. Yeah, where did I miss it? Oh no, I got that one. Oh, it froze. She's bricked up. We're good. Oh, what I just collected was a collectible. I didn't realize I'm actually accidentally getting collectibles, lol. Restart! Oh no, right. Yeah, I've accidentally gotten collectibles, lol. I didn't realize there were collectibles. I thought they were just like the little dots that we've been trying to get. Bricked the fuck up. Be back. All good? I see over there. Alright. I panicked and it worked. Oh, we can move while in the box. That's a neat trick. Yeah, I didn't know if it was going to work or not. It was more of a panic. I don't even think I was smart. She's so silly that she's like a fucking cube, dude. Oh, goddamn. Sandstorm. Avoid the storm. Nice. Trophy? Oh, I guess you had to, yeah. I'm guessing so. We'll take it. After you enter the hole with the hanging bells, be crack on the floor. Apparently need to see and stop. Yes. Okay, I can't break that. Can I break this? No. Okay. Nope. Did I put that trophy in just then? 3? I did. Beautiful. Brain's not working today, apparently. Hey, Darkrai. You know, fam. How was near today, dude? You finished ending B? What'd you think? I reckon we just missed something. What do you guys think? I reckon we missed something just then. I got a funny feeling. Maybe. I looked up how long it was supposed to take. That shit was a lie, but I did enjoy the ending of it. It is an absolute lie, my dude. I feel this. Oh my god, what the actual fuck? Look, we're just cubed up, bro. Jumping down here, me looking up game length and be like, what the fuck is this still going? God, that was me with fucking Chicory. That game, I don't think anyone's played that fucking game, dude. That game took way longer than it should have. I didn't hate it, but like... Wait, what? Statues. apparently. 40-hour Death Stranding right now. 40 hours my ass. That's why I made you play it. Chicory? Oh, what did I just do? Oh, what did I just do? I think I fucked up. Did I just do that wrong? No, I fucked up. Guys, I fucked up. Guys, I fucked up. God damn it. Ah. But it's a bugger. It was just the collectibles were crazy and they were RNG. How dare you fuck up? Oh, I'm gonna literally be thinking about it the rest of my life. Believe me.
Gary, now I know I was wrong.
I messed up.
And now you're gone. Gary, I'm sorry I neglected you. Oh, I never expected you to run away and leave me feeling this empty.
Guess we're coming back for that in New Game Plus. Okay. Yeah, definitely Chicory deserves its rarity though. It took me forever to figure out everything. Purge on his deathbed, I fucked up. Fucked up what? It's okay, we forgive you for whatever you did. I fucked up, Gree. Shit affects me, Minx. Everyone thinks it's a joke until I'm still thinking about a fucking how clean a trophy went at work the next day. Okay, it's gonna let me. It's my new running joke. I never got to see Luffy find the One Piece. There's apparently some statues I need to destroy. Are there these things? What are these things? Hang on, let me see what she destroys. Oh my god, okay. What, there's fucking 14 of these? What? That's some bullshit right there. Fuck up your mom. The Bangladeshi sports club's great. Floating rocks, maybe. Hello, Real Madness. How's it going, fam? And thank you for the biddies, fam. Hope you're doing well today. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Hope you're doing well. I need to get that one trophy insert game here. These things I need to break. So I will throw some bits at your beautiful face with love. I appreciate it, dude. Thank you so much. Hope your day's going well. There's another one. Ah, thank you for the like there, Minx. Appreciate it. You enjoy your gearman. Wait, why can't I get... Okay, hang on. W-elect for referral. Oh, some guy. How the fuck am I supposed to get up there? Oh my god, that was close. What am I missing? My brain cells. Ah. Interesting. The floaty rock number 1? Yeah, there you go. Yeah, what the fuck? Okay, this one. Back over here. Wait, what? Do you go right or left? Are we meant to be going right? Okay, hang on. We gotta go left then. It's where they get you. Oh, okay. What the fuck? No, I've missed a collectible, I think, again. God damn it, dude. Oh my god. Thank you, game. I appreciate that. How did I miss this one? Oh my god, dude. Ah. Does it tell me how many collectibles I have in this area? That's gonna be the next annoying part, isn't it? I got a really bad feeling about. Dude. Liz. Well, that's one of the collectibles at least. Oh. I think the person who's made this guide is like mixed up the collectibles, which is pretty insane. But I think they're out of order in the video. Oh my god, I'm supposed to be smashing these things as well? Hang on. God damn it, dude. I was really hoping there was no collectibles in this game. Like, they didn't need to put collectibles in this game. They just chose to. They chose violence. These motherfuckers, dude. Okay, nothing there. Go up here, over here. Nothing there either. Righto. Okay. Okay, bro.
will not ask again, child.
Still there, still there. Hi King Bowser, how's it going, fam? Hang on. What's on the left? Dude, what the actual fuck? Which way is the right way to go, and which way do I not want to go yet? How do I do that? Ooh, I don't know how to do this one, actually. Oh, okay. Okay, go higher. So smart. Oh my god. I'm not though. What the fuck? Big brain moment. It was. Until that fateful day. God, I hope there's a collectible tracker in this game. I'm gonna be pissed off if there isn't. Probably not. Yeah, I'd say so. Go! Go, son! Oh, wow. What? I don't think that collectible is meant to be there, but okay. No? There is enough there, is there not? Oh no, okay. You killed him! Okay, so there has to be something up the end here then, with that guy doing something. Interesting. Okay. That's not what I expected, but we'll take it. Oh, we got them all. Nice. I didn't want to have to redo that one. I'm not gonna lie. Somehow I got all 18 of them though. I'm pretty happy with that. I'm glad we backtracked. Drop it. I don't have the moves like Rye. Rye's got them moves, you know. Brother dominates the dance floor. He is the dance floor. He just wobbles his head, Lamau. Bro's got the funk. It's alright. No? Okay. What? I've seen that man drop it like it's hot. Drop it like it's hot, drop it like it's hot, like wah, wah, wah. What? How is that not enough? He is so cool, he needs 2 pairs of sunnies to be fair. Bro, just is aura itself. I can't go any higher than that though. What does he want me to do? God damn it, dude. Holy crap, dude. This game is beautiful, to be fair. Hell yeah. Okay. On to the next we go. I ascend. Green. That's number 5. 18. Alrighty, let's continue. Tony Hawk's Pro Skate agree. Oh, we wanted to go left. Wait, I thought we were going right. Okay, interesting. Gorgeous. Could you just watch her run all day for real? Wish I ran like that. I look like a fucking zombie 40 years after the apocalypse. Okay. I had to run today. It wasn't pretty. Yeah, they always say no one runs pretty, but I think that's a load of shit as well. Christopher? Yeah, I'm fakey. Hang on. Guess who went too far? I'll just go fuck myself. Fucking shit, should be at home in bed recovering, but here I am at work. Oof. They asked you to work a bit longer. I thought you did extra yesterday. Chokisiki, call yourself an expert. Bond. James Brafiki. Huh? I don't like how I can go right or left. It shits me so far up the wall. I'm not a big fan of it. This isn't a game about where you get to walk. It's about show me where to fucking go. Dr. Ozzy, wait, one for fucking shit, yeah. One for all. Truck the sickie. Become who you're always meant to be. Like, again. There we go. Yeah, like even if they put like some obstacles to block the path, I'm trying to play like a simple game. I don't even want to think about this game. I just want to play. I'm sick. I told my manager, then said person who's covering can't do it today, so I'm here pissed off. Oofed. Oofed. Tell them not my problem, mate. It's why you get paid to be the manager, money. Let you knock off. But Juju said... Wait, who's Juju? The goat. The goat! Hemlow. Wind. Ooh, need a Pepsi. Okay. Okay, I think I've missed something already, which is good stuff. Hang on. That's what we call parkour! won't see these skills on any average person. Only just every player that's platinum this game. Pro gamer, well done. Yes. Yes. Oh, we knocked our boy off. He's gonna eat the apple. He's gonna eat a smaller red version of himself. Right, that's interesting, to say the least. Oh, he's gonna follow us? This is what it meant by there's like mini apple friends? I'm out of virus that I caught from kids last week. Flamethrower blocked silences. Chesty Cost doesn't help work in a refrigerated warehouse. I doubt it would. Sorry to hear that, dude. Ooh. You gonna eat that one too? God damn right he is. He's a hungry boy. Oh, there's another one there, actually. Interesting. God damn it, I didn't see that other apple there. It's paying me full shifts for working half the day, so I shouldn't complain. I guess at least they're offering you their money, the moolah. If they weren't offering you extra money, I'd tell them to go shove it. Eat that apple. Go, little one, go! I feel like I've already missed another collectible. Nah, I think we're okay. Damn, protect that thing if you like. Hey, Jed. How you doing? I'll try. Where'd homie go? Do I need to actually, like, show him how to jump? Oh, I do. Interesting. It's not adorable at all. I've got a bad feeling our friend's not going to make it out of this, though. What did that achieve? Nothing. Oh, he got it. How did he do that? What the fuck? Mending the stable PC. Stop. Why did you say that? I think he's gonna die. I'm sorry, guys. Come on. Let's be real right now. I don't think this game's supposed to be happy. Sorry. Oh my god, he like crushed it himself. That's fucking awesome. That was cool. Brother's rolling. He's rolling. I'll go right real quick. Apples. He's gonna grow up to be a big rock and have little rock babies with his hot rock wife. Yeah, I don't know. I hope so. These rock hard abs. Alrighty. We could just deliver him to his friends. Hopefully, I guess. He got all these apples, though. How do you like them apples? He just left us. No! Bro just left us. He should have died. Should have killed him off. Would have preferred it that way. Alone again. You meet him later, you reckon? Oh god, so much fucking directions. Again, game. I don't need the directions, brother. I just need you to be simple. Oh my fucking god. Oh, there's a little guy again. My baby. My child. Okay, we went right, didn't we? Exactly, you said in your head. Yeah, exactly. You gotta like drag it out. Oh, thank you so much for the gifted sub. You don't need to do that, Jed. I appreciate you, dude. I hope you're well. Oh, God, it scared the crap out of me just then, though. Do 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 do. Bum bum bana bum ba dum bana. Bum bum ba da 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 da. Thank you seriously so much, Ed. You really didn't need to do that, fam. Appreciate you. To the left. Oh my god, every time we jump it changes. That's not trippy at all. How the fuck? Wait, why don't... Far out. Easy game. Some of the mechanics are a little bit more difficult than I was expecting, actually, to be honest with you. Nice. Obviously, it's not going to be an easy game, you know, but like, my god. Easy games times 2. Wow. Wow. Rise fishing, cheeky dog. What'd you have for dinner anyway today, Juju? We had hot dogs. Hot dog. Hot diggity dog. I am ascending! Holy shit. You had steak? Oh, nice. But hot dogs go hard too. Big fan. Well, like, a good price sometimes. Oh, we can double jump now. You know, like you can get them pretty cheap at the butchers and stuff. So we tend to get a fair few of them. It's a cheap, easy meal. It's nothing luxurious, but yeah. You like hot dogs, Jed? What'd you have for your steak? Full load, like relish, onion, mustard, bacon, etc. Yeah, if I can have all of that, I tend to. I forgot we had shallots as well. We bought some dried out shallots. That would have gone hard on it. We just did cheese and tomato today. Didn't have the whole relish thing. I do like a full kitted out hot dog though. The Tina passed and I had leftover corn, broccoli, and red wine. Nice. That sounds delectable. Hell to the yeah. Should grab some steaks, 2 for 20 Scotch fillets, steaks at Coles. Ooh, nice. I'll have a look into it. They were huge as well. Oh, damn, we were just in Coles today. I didn't look at the steak, I was looking at the chicken. The chimkin. Oh, you love the taste of. Oh. How dare you? I think we can land on that green thing down here. I can't. Fuck. What do you want me to do then? Oof. My brother. No. Oh my god. Must be something I'm missing. What am I missing? Oh my god, dude, why is it so hard to hit this? Probably just wait to double jump until you're lower. Yeah. It's just touchy, and I don't like platformers. I suck at them. There we go. Okay. Okay. Does work like the trees. Nice. Ooh. Okay, game. What? There we go. Think the soundtrack's pretty good. Yeah, it sounds so good. So yeah, it's really good. Eh? Pretty impressed so far. Oh my god, I was fucking around too much. I deserve that. Okay, game. That was rude. What did I do to you? Try again. It's gonna do it again, isn't it? You son of a bitch! Ah, okay. Never mind. Bargaining. Third stage, I guess. That's number 7, I think, isn't it? I reckon I missed one. Chauffeur! Right, I guess. Maybe? Drop it. There we go. Got a burbs. Oh, what the fuck? Is he? Are they gonna try to kill us? Yes, they are. What the fuck am I meant to do here? The big ass bird right there. And it looks like they can just phase through everything. Where are you? Birds are not real. Well, shit. If only they weren't real. Soaring, flying, shitting everywhere on my dang car. Oofed. Yeah. Take on Chunky Boy, why don't you? Don't call me Chunk Block for nothing. Holy fuck! Wasn't expecting that. Okay, auto mod. Chill out, bro. No! No, let me... Fucking hell, dude. Imagine getting modded for calling a bird an idiot, lol. It's so silly. I have my auto mod on the lower settings because of stuff like that, and it's like, no. What was that? Yes, I got someone. I think Minx raided someone yesterday, and like the person's intro was like, "We're family friendly," and I was like, "What the?" I was like, "What the fuck? Family friendly on Twitch?" It's unheard of, dude. How do you live your life without swearing? I love that I can't make the jump now. Didn't like the idiot and get fucked together. Maybe not. Yeah, that's what it was. Still weird though, hey. There we go. What? Oh, maybe I'll have to glide and do my second jump. Yeah. Okay. Nice. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba. Easy. Boom, 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 boom. Hey, buddy. What's this game about again? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Got there, you smashing this game? Nah. I need to make a more of a jump to the left. Maybe I'll go right first. Game about hating birds. Birds are never nice in any video games, to be fair. Fuck. Shattered that bad boy. Boom, ba bum, ba bum, bum, ba bum, bum. There we go. Do 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 do. Hot diggity. Birds of War 3. That's plausible. Hey, Rocky. How you doing, fam? Not joking, by the way. I wish it was. Oh, some of the games that are made out there, you know. Some pretty messed up ones. I'll take a Birds of War. The games are pretty cinematic lately. Yeah, the last few rolls we've had have been pretty insane. I rolled this one a few weeks ago, actually. And I haven't had time to watch it, do it. But, play it. It's giving 2D Journey vibes, for real. Journey also got rolled. We haven't done that yet with Rikoya yet, though. But yeah, we get some pretty crazy art style games. I do like a cinematic one though. Special participation, yeah. She's been feeling a bit unwell recently though, so I'm just a bit tired, so we haven't had a chance to do it yet. But I've got it on the wheel as well, so we might end up spinning it at some point, and then I'll force her to do it. I bought Flower as well and Flow. They were all on sale for like $2 each. So I was like, I grabbed them all. I like Journey already, but yeah, got 100% that bad boy. It's a beautiful game. Sword of the Sea, just as good though. That shit's fire. Should be another trophy. Number 8. Blue. I just need to go. Oh my god, I fell off anyway. I was gonna say I need to go to the toilet real quick. Ooh. What? Alright, I'm gonna go to the toilet real quick. I'm just gonna get a drink. Go piss, girl. I'll be back in a second. Enjoy the vibes. This game is stunning. It is. I don't know if you have extra or not, Juju. But it is on there for free on the Game Pass. But I think I bought this game for $5 when it was on sale. I bought it for cheap as hell. Otherwise, yeah, it's only like a 5-hour long game. It's not a very, very long game either. The game I did Chicory on the weekend. That was a fantastic game. Wish more people played that, actually. I was very impressed by that. There we go. But yeah, it's free on there. So is Never, which they made the other game, their sequel to this, is with foxes, and that's apparently amazing as well. I think Never won Indie Award last year. Might have been the year before. You fucking prick. God, do I have to go the whole way back? Oh no, it's okay. Yeah, I think I do. You're joking? You send me engagement fucking ring pictures for Rickoy. Fucking hell, dude. Idiot. Alright, we'll do it now again. But yeah, it's on there for free. But yeah, it's not a very long game. It's not very big either. This is like the type of game like I'd pick up on like a handheld and have a great time, honestly, as well. I've tried to get it physically. It's so expensive physically, though. I need to get a copy of it, though. Would love one. Okay, I could have made that jump anyway. That was silly by me. Run and grab it for free. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is. Oh my god, I've missed that jump again. I think it's got different endings as well. What? Game? How have I missed that again? Maybe I can do a second jump there. There we are. Oh my god, do I have to do the jump again? Oh, okay. Nice. That's the last collectible of this area, I'm pretty sure. Oh my god, dude. feel like someone's behind me. I think it's the cat mucking around. Oh my god, bro. God, it's crazy how like the volume stops when you hit the water like that.
That's it. I've come up with a new recipe.
Perfect timing. Thank you for the new recipe there, Darkrai. My goat Ignis needs to be in this. It's my guy, for real, for real. Indeed. Should be in every game ever. Goddamn right. And now with the sound alert, he can be. For just 5 biddies. I'm just joking. Channel points. Oh, hang on. What about this? Getting bloody... Okay, interesting. Okay, so there's the collectibles there. So we got all of them in that area. No? Okay. Get this on! Fuck. There we go. What are you up to anyway, Darkrai? Shouldn't you be asleep? Here we go, here's the 7 for this one. Where does the game actually want me to go from here? Oh, it's the main area again. So there's the one we missed there as well. So we can't go there anymore. Ooh, the turtle. Is that this area? Dude, I fucking love turtles. We used to have a turtle. Had him for 8 years. He was supposed to live to like 40. But my family were cleaning out my turtle tank. I was just away. Like, this was only a few years ago now. So I was like still in my 20s. And they wanted to do something nice and clean out the tank for me. Just like to look after the turtle. And they didn't know, like, with the rocks and stuff, they're sort of a certain size. And they forgot to feed the turtle as well. So the turtle got angry. Hungry, not angry, hungry. And one of the rocks broke, and he like tried to eat the rock, and he choked and died on the rock. I just remember that's depressing. Good turtle though. He slept in my room for like 8 years. He was huge by the end of it. Probably get one again eventually, but maybe when I'm like my late 40s or something. Maybe I might get another one. Probably after I have kids, most likely. That is so sad. It was, yeah. Poor Mr. Turtle, yeah. Yeah. His tank used to be so fucking loud. But, like, I couldn't sleep without it by the end of it. I think it took me, like, 9 months to get used to it without his tank, like, going off. Took me so long, dude. Oh, okay. Jesus, dude. What is this game just aura farming at this moment? They're just like, bro, you know what? We're gonna step up our game here. We can't step it up any further. Yes, we can. Watch, bro, watch. Just wait till the music hits, dude. It's gonna be like fucking crazy. That's crazy, dude. No way I would have gotten that. Might be something down there. Brother. Oh, okay. Not creepy at all. What? I'll go the other side first. Hang on. Fair enough. All good. Thank you, Chichu. Hope you sleep well, fam, if you do pass out. I can't stand on them, so what's the fucking point of them? I can't smash them either. Oh my god, that's it, isn't it? Yep, okay. Suck my nads, bro. That was a smart puzzle, actually. Probably seems so obvious to some people, but not to me. My 2 brain cells. Just powerful enough to earn some trophies. Is me, Mario. I'm not a puzzle guy myself. I googled every Uncharted puzzle. Holy shit, dude. Puzzle games are not my forte at all. I'm terrible at them. The first time I played the God of War games, I tell you what, some of those fucking, like the original ones, some of those puzzles are disgusting, dude. Like, some of them are so difficult. But it took me like double the time it should to beat the game, because it's just the puzzles were just insane on a few of them. But I feel you. They're like platformers and puzzle games. And the worst part is my chat has redeemed so many fucking puzzle and platformer games. Right now there's like, I think 20 platformers redeemed. I think there's 20 platforms redeemed, I think. There's a lot. And puzzles, there's a shitload too. You just need to tell chat to fuck off. Half the time they don't even know it's a platformer when I have to explain it to them. Like, no, that's a platformer. That's what a platformer is. They're like, what? Like, yeah, that's how it works. The horror's the other one I always have to explain to people. People don't get it. Ooh. Sorry guys, I was trying to figure out where the next collectible is. I like the Stingray. Oh, nice. There's the first one. What the fuck is that thing? Jesus, that's a big boy. It's a big boy right there. But yeah, I suck at puzzles and platformers. I'm not good at much, actually. I'm decent at JRPGs. That's about it, really. I can sort of figure them out by myself without any guides or help. Which is funny because most people really like to help during JRPGs, like a lot. So you get a lot of backseaters during those times, and I'm like, no, it's okay. Like I can figure it out. Issues might have 10 to round. 10 was ridiculous. The biggest thing about 10 that I had a pain in the ass with was that everybody had differing opinions on everything. That was what the craziest part about 10 was. Everyone had different opinions on everything, on what was best to use, whatever, like what to do. The amount of people that like led me in the wrong fucking direction for that platinum. There's no good guides online of it either, and it was just like I did it all blind mainly anyway until the end game, but holy man. It was hell to do. Like, people like were so argumentative over it. So it was just me and my friend Madden trying to fucking figure out how to do the platinum together because he couldn't remember how to play the game properly, and he was playing the game at the same time as me. We were trying to figure out how to beat, like, 100% it. Back out goes. It's not bad, fam. Wish I was there for that one. That one was crazy. Probably still one of my proudest. It's probably my proudest platinum still. Guys, like, beating him like 100 times. Just chill. Yeah, it's a bit like that, isn't it? Could have helped you. Yeah, it's. There was no one with like a steady hand, and then like, because like people were there the whole time though. Like, the FF10 community is so like so dedicated to the game, so they don't go anywhere. So they were like happy, like they would come back every day to see how everything was going, and then I was doing stuff in game they hadn't even seen before. They're like, "Oh fuck, how did you do that?" And I'm like, "What this? You just do this." It's a savage platinum. It's a fucking brutal platinum. It's by far the hardest Final Fantasy platinum, like, without a doubt in my mind. And the craziest part is most people don't even know like how hard it actually is because of the rarity of it. But I wouldn't wish that platinum on anyone. That's for sure. Who was saying they were going to do it? I think Lexa was saying they're going to do FF10. I made Med do it. Lol, I respect it. So I had to refresh because my browser was being one because I missed a response. Yeah, not too bad, fam. We're just vibing. I've missed one collectible so far. I think no missables as of yet. I don't think. I don't know. I'm not really tracking it too closely. But yeah. Sometimes I can't tell whether it's the collectible or one of those orbs that I need, to be honest, as well. It is a great game, but yeah, the platinum's just horrendous for 10. And they could have made it so much harder. That's the craziest part. Thank God they didn't. If they ever remake that game, the platinum's going to be ridiculous because they missed a few things they could have made done to make it way harder than it needed to be. If I had more space and money, I'd hang up some of the scenes of this game on my walls. I respect it. I respect it. Worst bit is the sphere grid. Everything else is manageable. And like the sphere grid, once you get in a rhythm, you do it. But it's just that fucking big of a thing. It's just stupid. It genuinely is 60 hours of grinding. It's just the dumbest shit ever. And if you like fuck up anything or like are doing something a bit slower, it can literally cost you like a couple hours. And it's just so silly. It's so infuriating to deal with, like, constantly. That's what I mean. Like, so many people were telling me different types of information. So, like, it just cost me so many fucking hours in the end that, like, I think it took me 160 to get it done in the end when it was supposed to be, like, 100 or something. So, yes, I did. I found another one. I can't remember what it was off the top of my head. And it was just as good as the Tonberry, though. I had to dig through so many forums to help. Like, I was going through shit, like, that was, like, 20-year-old forums just to figure out what's going on. Tell me about Orion. It's gorgeous. It shows up later today, the Saw game. But yeah, I did. But that's what I was saying, like, you stuff it up or something, man, it's just like... And the worst part is, like, because the sphere grids are so big, I got to the point where like where I had like 4 or 5 left, and I couldn't fucking find where who needed leveling up because there was just so many spheres, and I was like fucking losing my mind. It took me like 10 minutes to find the final one, going through everyone. Wait, what did I just fuck up just then? What? Two, baby. That happened to Mirror as well. There's so many of them. And using the spheres to jump into other grids, I'd just follow the paths. I just happened to miss one because you just do so many. I drank for a fair bit of them, and you can't blame me really, because like it was a bit like that. You'd be sitting there for hours. The final day when I did it, when I finally popped that trophy and the platinum, I'd been streaming for, I think, 19 hours when I popped it. I think Recoy was away. So I was completely out of it by the end of it. Fucking Blitzball can suck my dick too. That was a nightmare. That was an absolute nightmare. That was also an 18-hour straight stream. I warned Lexter about the Blitzball. If he doesn't end up liking it. If you like it, you'll have the time of your life. You don't like it, man? Oh my lord. Oh my god, I just wasted that. That was a very long trophy plat, very nice. Yeah, I left the cinematic for the for the second game, I think, class, because I was told to leave that to the end. That's what we watched last for the platinum. I love Blitzball. Yeah, you either love it or you hate it. It's because genuinely you'll spend like... Wait, what? Why is it not... Am I fucking something up here? The, because it genuinely takes 20 to 30 hours to do it. Like, that's like the silliest part about Blitzball. It will take time out of your day to do it. Unless you know how to play. It took so long to figure it out. And then the RNG on top. My last trophy of the plat was Chocobo Racer Temple because I fucking care. Oh my god, dude. When someone... That was another one where... That was another one where... Someone told me you get like a really OP item from the Chocobo race, and I missed it in one of the chests, not for the trophy. And he's like, "Oh, you should get it again." And I did the race the first time. I'm talking about the temple, the temple one. And I did it like, I think it took me an hour the first time, and then to get the item again, it took me 2 hours, only to find out I had a better item on me. And the viewer just didn't know. And the viewer sat there for 2 hours with me while I did it. She blitz on my ball until I waka. Goddamn right. And I found out everyone hates waka as well. My lord, everyone hates waka. So much. He's a racist piece of crap. There you go. Pretty much everyone constantly says, but he like chills out at the end, but he's a dick at the start. Oh, okay. I see. Those are not worth it, no. But like that it cost me that long. The mini games were hell on earth, to be honest. The lightning strike one, I went 300 over as well, those dodges, because you can't like count. And I lost track. And I was like, yeah, screaming at chat, like, is anyone counting? Like no one was counting or anything. I was freaking out. Tell you what, they got these collectibles fucking hidden, bro. They need to chill out with this shit. The creator trick? No. Or... No. No, I didn't in the end. I used a different method. I didn't like the crater. I figured out a trick with I figured out a trick with the vibrations of the controller and how to dodge properly. The cactus? No. Yeah. I figured out, I couldn't tell you what it was. But I remember because I cracked the shits over the stone and then cracked the shits over the crater because I couldn't get it to work. So I just taught myself how to do it basically like a psychopath. But I figured out the vibrations and then I figured out the perfect timing and how to roll out in time. Basically. Wait, what? Oh, I'm missing one still. Shit. Is it up here? Oh, yeah. Well done, mad respect. Oh, I was going insane after it. I couldn't tell you how I did it, though. I could probably do it if I loaded it up, but that's about it, really. And I don't ever want to do it again. I will have to do it again, though, because it was on I platted it on my old account, so it will have to be done. Lord help me now. Yeah, that's right, bro. Who does this guy think he is? Who do you think you are? But, yeah. I did like it though. If you do it, I'm here for you. I'm practically an expert at that game. I will do it at some point. I'm gonna do all the Final Fantasies. I own every single one of them now. So I'm actually gonna go through all of them. They're all on a wheel, funny enough, just sitting there. At some point, I'll probably go on my Final Fantasy Fiend and just go through them all. They're actually like different enough games where you can literally play them all, to be honest, as well, and just mix them all up if you really wanted to. Because they're not all turn-based, you know. I mean, all the turn-based are different. Trophy! Have you played Remake and Rebirth? Juju. What are you up to, John? Are you grinding with Tim? Was away the cheeky dog. Conturtle. I have no interest in 7. In 7 Remake? I didn't like Remake, to be honest with you. I don't admit that very often because people get pretty upset. But I love Rebirth. I think Rebirth's probably one of the best open world games I've ever played. Ever. Just 7 in period. Fair enough. Still need to plat it. I'm still doing Skyrim at the moment. That 7 Remake plat sucks, dude. That trophy list actually sucks. On the side of Shinra, 7 is overrated. It is. 100% it's overrated. Rebirth's actually just a very good game, like deadass, but 7 is stupidly overrated. I think most Final Fantasies that are said to be best are very overrated as well. It's the ones that go under the radar that tend to be very, very good. But I think all the Final Fantasies are good, to be fair. I don't not like any of them. The only Final Fantasy I don't really totally like is probably 7 Remake out of all of them. But that's because the pacing's shit on it. Just doing Skyrim until he hops on. Okay, sounds good. I did everything except hard mode, a boss fight to steal the last skill and the last 6 dresses, but it was such a skill issue on the boss. It's actually a hard game on hard mode. You can always go back to it when they do those extra mode cheats if you really want to. Hard mode is stupid. I actually haven't platted it yet either because I got to my final. I got to the final boss as well, and I ended up moving house, and I didn't play games for like 6 weeks. So yeah, I was too delayed at that point, and you need to be like, you need to know what you're doing for the final boss. So I didn't end up beating him. It really shit me up the wall. I still think about it to this day, and now I'm gonna have to restart it because it's a new account. I plan. Hopefully, I'm not above cheating the last few things, so I respect it. Most people will. It's a bit sad because it will lose its kind of its rarity. The only FF I've played is 15. 15's great. If you liked 15, Jed, and you don't mind turn-based, I recommend 13. 15 ain't bad, but kind of weak ending. I love 15. Have you played Royal or just 15 or base game, GG? Honestly, I'd even be willing to do the hard mode legit. I just really want to cheat the one boss. That's respectable. Well, you can just turn them off and on when they do them as well. Still can't sing. God dang. Base only. They do change the ending, funny enough, in Royal, if you're ever interested. I won't say what, but all I'll say is the last area is very different. I prefer the base game though. What the fuck? A bird? He's back. 15 made me cry so much. I loved it. I cry like a little bitch every time I beat it. I've beaten it. Oh my god, this is actually fucking terrifying. I've beaten 15 8 times now though, but I still cry every time. I'm not controlling this, by the way. I don't know what's going on. What the fuck just happened? The so-called romance, but I liked the bros hanging out together and driving around. The romance, yeah. It didn't delve too deeply into that, did it really? But I love that romance itself, like, personally. The book, apparently the book's really good. I need to buy the book. Apparently that explains a lot. If you play the beta as well, which no one played the beta, but the beta explained a fair bit as well. I still remember majority of the beta to this day, but you can't play the beta anymore. I've tried a few times now. You should play 16, Jed, as well, if you did like the action of 15. 16's probably just as sad, but has an amazing story. It has probably some of the, I probably heard that before, but some of the best boss battles of all time. Like in all of gaming, like hands down. There's a collectible in here somewhere, apparently. Oh my god, seriously, that's terrible timing. The nighttime was scary in 15 there. You genuinely didn't want to like be out at nighttime in 15 until like, oh there it is. Until you're literally like level 90. Like that's the only time you can fuck up everybody at nighttime in 15. Cause like they'll still spawn like enemies that are like higher level than you. Until like you're like 70 or 80 and then they'll start spamming too many of them. But you play more Final Fantasy for real, for real. You should. They are all amazing, to be fair. I haven't played a bad one. 7 Remake is my least favorite, but I don't hate the game. It's still quite good. I would recommend you getting into 7 Remake maybe as well. I'm just going to recommend all of them at this point. Because the 3rd game comes out in a few years now. And it's probably going to be it's probably going to win Game of the Year, deadass. If it's as good as Rebirth or better, it'll win Game of the Year, I think. Play more Final Fantasy, I remember. Oh my god. Oh, my boy! God damn. Play 10 due to Plat's easy? No. Don't even play 10. Genuinely. 10's actually just the game itself is hard. 10 is like one of the most like unwelcoming beginner type games I've ever played in my life. And people who argue against that have just beaten the game way too many times and can't remember what hard games are anymore. Don't tell them to not play 10. No, 10 is not a friendly game to start. If you guys are basic trauma bonding with that game, it's a great game, absolutely fantastic. Oh, that's facts. It's so good. It is good, but it's not friendly. It's not an easy game. So, I don't know why, but we were supposed to get a trophy for avoiding eel bites. Nice try. Yeah, I need to time it right. It's super friendly. It's not, Juju! It's not. I'm sorry, fam. It's not. It's not an easy game. 10 is not an easy game. It's like just its base game is not an easy game. I'm sorry. It's just not. I won't ever recommend it to someone, especially if they haven't played a lot of turn-based. That game was nightmare fuel to try and learn. Shit was ridiculous. And I've played a lot of turn-based as well, and I was like, fuck me, this is stupid. I don't know what you're talking about. It's easy as fuck. It's the hardest fucking platinum, like Final Fantasy platinum for a reason. Even without the sphere grid, I reckon it would still be the hardest one by a mile. Some of the super bosses and shit in that game. Just the normal bosses in that game are stupid. Unless you grind like a motherfucker. Alright, did I miss? Did I miss something? boss fight with the guy who starts with an S, though I won't spoil it for reasons. All of them sucked. You forget about you're forgetting about Old Mate. Yeah. Who literally, like, if you fail is like it's like a fucking 8-minute cinematic every time. And then all the fucking super bosses can suck my dick too. I never forget, like, grinding my ass off for like 10 hours going to take on Old Mate for like the 3rd time. And then the motherfucker still claps my ass in 2 turns. And I'm like, this is so stupid. And then everyone's in chat like, oh, you don't know how to, like, oh, you don't know how to counter that? I'm like, no. Game doesn't tell you how to counter it. That's the point. Anyway, don't do it to yourself, Jed. Just go beat some hard ass turn base and then come back to 10, because 10 just wasn't easy at all. I had an easier time with Persona's super bosses, and they're a pain in the ass as well. Them ones that have bad advice though, yeah. They really didn't like me not asking for help. They're like, all right, 10 attempts and then I'll help you. I'm like, no, I don't want help. Leave me alone. Oh, here it is. Beautiful. Wait, what? Over here? What? What the fuck? Oh my god, that's ridiculous. Yeah, Sounds on a Tail is pretty rough. Anyway, ignore streamer Jed. I'll help you, lol. No, don't do it. Every Final Fantasy X fan will try to say it. It's not that hard. I'm like, you beat the game like 10 times, bro. Please. It definitely should be an ultra rare platinum, but because it's like expanded over PS3, PS4, and the Vita, and people have learnt how to auto pop it, its rarity is like, I think it's still like 8%. It should be an ultra rare platinum though at this point in time. I've beat it way more than that. Yeah, exactly. So it's funny, Final Fantasy fans are like the Dark Souls community sometimes. It's not hard, bro. It's like Rai with Hollow Knight. You can do Pantheon 5. I believe in you. I can teach you. Anyone can do Pantheon 5. You just have to trade in half your soul, guys. It's not that bad. It's not hard purely because it's turn base. It's not hard purely. No, that's not how. No, we're not gonna have this conversation about it. I know you'll never admit that 10's hard, but 10 is genuinely a hard game. It is hard for a turn-based game as well. It's not like you can just pull your head out of your ass and like have the answers for it. It's genuinely a hard game. The platinum is shit because of the misinformation. Unless you've played the PS2 version of the game, you've got no clue what's going on from start to finish. So unless you played the game 20 years ago, you're fucked. That's Final Fantasy X in a nutshell. Oof, yeah. It's hard. I'm not doing no Sphere, no songs, no drive, no custom, no blitzball. That's what I mean. That's just because you've played it enough. And yet for me, it acts like the opposite of the PS4. I cheated and all of a sudden it's so much harder than PS5. I don't think it is. I think there's just a few extra frames in the PS5 version from what I can see. So I think it just runs a bit cleaner. But I don't think that it affects the gameplay that much, personally. Are we going back this way now? Okay, I think we are. I know you're not going to admit it. No Final Fantasy X fan will admit that 10's like... No Final Fantasy X fan is going to admit that 10's hard. Because they've beaten it 20 times, but... I'm telling you, it's hard. Okay, let's just see what we got here. Okay. Cool. Thank you for the 5 stream streak. It's the perfect game. Oh my god. The hardest game is clearly Leisure Suit Larry one-handed run. Okay, dude. Ah, shit. There's 7 fucking collectibles in this area. Why? Is that not every run? So it's like a mirror run. Fucking mirror run. So gross. Hang on, where's this one? Oh, I got the hidden one. Okay, interesting. What are we up to this one? Like, why 7 collectibles, man? So many collectibles. Give me like 2 in this area or something. Like, it's not gonna hurt anybody. Okay. Oh. Okay. Oh. don't know if I like the silence. Holy shit. I feel like it's gonna fade, isn't it? Yes, it is. Oh my god. What? Suck my gonads. Wait, what? That's not where I want to go. Is it? Oh my god, dude. What the frick? Oh, here we go. Holy shit. Yeah, how do I get out of here, though? Oh, okay. You mother trucker, dude. Wait, why are you not making that second jump? There we go. Gonna lie, I wish there was, I could at least like move the camera sometimes. Oop. I feel like maybe I've gone too far for this next collectible. I'm not sure. God damn it, Bailey. I don't know how else to dismiss this guy. There we go. Okay. This music is so soothing, for real. Just chilling? Hell yeah, dude. Oh, that's not where I wanted to go. What the actual fuck, dude? This isn't trippy at all. Hang on, let me. This is where the collectible is, I think. Oh, that was close. This motherfucker is kept so hidden. What the actual hell? Okay. Game. Why you do this? Okay. Okay. I think I still have to go on the left side, yeah? We didn't make that other jump, did we? Did we go left instead of right last time? Fuck, I can't remember. Should be a bit quicker this time anyway, because I'm a bit more like, kind of know where I'm going. Wait, what? It's done it again. Why are you doing this? Nah, I don't know. God, now I'm fucking lost, dude. Are you... What? Imagine raging at a chill game. Could only be me. Alright, back here again. So we can't go left here anymore. There's nothing that I can go. I can't go any further left than I already have. Get grist. Get grist. I know what I'm looking for. I'm looking for like a red flower. God damn it, Bailey. Oh, that works actually. Never mind. Well, it did, and it doesn't anymore. Just go fuck myself. Guess we go through and like get all the flowers. I'm guessing. Hey, Splendid. What a time, fam. We were just talking about Final Fantasy X before. After Yuna died, the great sphere maker, Waka, made a biospheres film of Yuna's life. No tales were spared, which was especially gruesome when he depicted her choking on a loaf of garlic bread in the drunken celebrations after defeating. Thank you, Splendid. Hope you're having a wonderful day. Wonderful day, fam. Thank you so much for spreading the garlic bread knowledge of Final Fantasy X. May the lore never die. Hope you're doing well, fam. Hope you're doing well. Always good to see you. Upside down during the side panel. Oops, didn't mean that. You know how many people maybe like disappointed, like starting Final Fantasy X because you Splendid, like, and they're just like, where the fuck's the garlic bread? Nice. Ooh, that's bad, I think. Chat, we're going the right way, actually, that's okay. Whoa, I've got to like time it right here. Fuck me, okay. Okay, get back up top. Okay, I actually have to return, I think, to the other side, funny enough. Which I don't know if we can. Oh no, we can, hang on. We'll just keep going, I guess. We'll come back for it if we have to. It's going to be annoying to do, which, you know, there's no doubt in my mind about that, but that's okay. God damn it, dude. Far out, dude. Oh, that's not where I wanted to go, but okay, we'll take it. Am I in the right spot? Okay. I think we go to the right side. How the fuck did I get to this one instead? How do I get into it? That's the next question. Think. Is it? Okay, this is it. Fuck me, man. Whew. Holy fucking shit, Jed. Thank you so much for the 10 gifters, dude. Please! Please don't give any... Thank you so much, dude. I really appreciate it. You don't need to give anything. Please. I really do appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. To Hoshi, the Glock Father, Trazy, Midnight Moonlight, Squiggles, the Mushroom, Cheeky Dog, Sam got one, Meg got one who raided earlier, Madden, he's an OG as well, Darkrai that's in here, and Hawk's Corner. Thank you so much for the 10 gifted, fam. I really, really do appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I wasn't expecting that. I was just... I was just like kind of lost in the game for a second there. Thank you so much, seriously. I really do appreciate it a lot. How do I... Oh, wow. What? How do I get there? Holy, bro. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it a lot, Jed. Thank you so much, fam. I really do. Thank you so much, dude. Wowzer indeed, my friend. Wowzer indeed. I really appreciate it. I do love listening to that. That Final Fantasy sound doesn't get old, actually. I probably should change the sub sound at some point, but I don't really get sick of it, to be honest. Oh, how do we get that? What the f... How do I get that? That is the question. How you doing, Squigs? Now I'm stuck here. Oh my god. Obviously I'm meant to do something then. But what? Oh, I see. Home from work and Kiki Punchy. I'm cooked. Nice. Hope your day went well, dude. You deserve the rest. You got a day off tomorrow too, don't you? You deserve it, dude. Working hard, man. Working hard. Oh yeah, sleep-ins. Nice. That sounds good. Oh, fuck. Oh, there we go. No, we didn't sing it out? Okay. Thank you so much for the hype train, fam. God damn. Single-handedly carrying the team over there. Like, what did I get? I got a camera. I haven't seen this one before. What the fuck? Oh, nice. You got the hand one, the steal the meme one. Dude, that's a great fucking emote, that one. Much fun. Yeah, the gulp one and that one are two peak emotes for real. There it is. That's the final one that I actually needed. So we've missed one at the start of the game in like the first chapter, which sucks. But we'll get there in the end. Gonna have to agree all over again. I'm green everywhere. Chris Griffin strikes again. You going right or left? Brother. Okay. A bit nervous, but that's okay. Hot diggity. Now we're back to the start. This is so sick. Actually getting lost in the entire vibe. It's really cool. Like I said, they made another game called Never as well, and that's really good too. If you're interested. There's a few games around that do like this, and like Sword of the Sea and Journey are the same. They're amazing. Sword of the Sea was probably the last game that caught me like off guard. But I think they're making another game right now. Never was really successful. But yeah, they're gonna make it. They're making another one right now, I think. What? Was a boss gonna rock up? Oh my god, the eel's back. Trophy. That, I feel like I'm off by one, am I? I don't know, 11. I think we'll add Never to the single playthrough Saturdays there, I reckon. The same day Platinum Saturdays, I reckon. I might do it. I might buy it. I saw it physically at one point. This game looks cool. Seen someone played a bit before. Hey, liking it? It's really good. Hey, don't email. It's really, really good. This one was redeemed by Barely. Yeah, I did email. There's a secret ending there, actually, funny enough, that we got to do. Or the true ending, I think it's called, anyway. Feeling orbitalizer. I'm sorry to hear that, fam. It's a bit rough weather at the moment. Hot and cold. It's a little frustrating, actually. Getting a bit sick of it. Nice BGM. It's got some really good music in this game. Sleeping would be great. I need to, like, I should do that. I should turn off my alarm at some point. Doesn't work anyway. Last time I purposely got, like, hammered. Last time I had, like, a day off properly. So I would sleep. And I still just woke up at 7 a.m. Just hung over the whole day. That's good shit. I don't know exactly what happened, but I think it's like a friend or like a relative had died. Maybe like the mother or something. I think we were grieving it, so we're going through like the stages of like accepting death, I believe. One more stream to a 100 stream streak. Nice. Nearly there. I appreciate it, dude. Appreciate it. Don't want to hold on to it. See how long until it like glitches this time. This is a wheel spin, yeah. This one was just chosen. I chose this one. Oh, no, actually, this was a wheel spin. Funny enough, yeah. Sorry, my brain's not working. This one was spun actually like 4 weeks ago when I first came up with the wheel spin idea. I completely forgot I spun it, and it's been sitting on my console, and I just keep forgetting. And then today, when I was looking through my library, I was like, oh shit. What was next? We're starting E33 on Sunday. But it's going to be Witcher 3 next after this. I've still got to do a few trophies in this game. But yeah, Witcher 3 is next. And then E33 is on Sunday. Saturday, I don't know what we're spinning yet. We'll have to spin Friday. And then Friday, Minx wants to test out Subnautica 2 is dropping on Friday. So Minx wants to try that out apparently, so she asks for one to play. Because it's 4-player, which is crazy. So, I'm terrified of Subnautica as well. But I'll be interested to see what the next game is going to be that'll be spun though. 4-player, interesting. Yeah, it's a good idea, but I don't know how it'll work. They're only releasing 25% of the game to start as well. Games do tend to perform a little bit better when they do stuff like that. The end. Finish the game. You can now load previous chapters and visit the arcade and extras menu. Okay. Really? I'm shocked more of the game's coming, to be honest, because I mean, what happened with the Deads. Yeah, I was thinking that as well. I didn't know if it was gonna make it. What? Can I just go back to my chapters now? Is that what happens? Yeah, I did hear about it. Yeah, jeez. Devs have been doing some weird things recently. Maybe... Oh, okay, we can go chapters from here. It doesn't tell me how many collectibles I've got. That is a problem. I'm trying to think. Tree one's all good. Is it down below? Bottom left. No, that's the first area. Or on the right. Spires being shut down and not being paid for any of the games they did. Lol, Nacon published for them. Yeah. Yeah. That Nacon thing's not pretty. That entire thing that's happened there. Okay, so it's this one. What is it? The fourth one. Hang on. Oh, you can actually like get into the sequences of it, can you? Okay, hang on. I'm worried about Xbox closing a few more studios this year. I reckon they will too. They've already said like it's planning to be a bit of a tough year with stuff like that. I'm scared what they are going to end up closing. Hope a class action happens on Nacon not paying the workers shit. They're in big trouble, yeah. They'll get in big trouble. They'll get destroyed in court. The thing is, they don't really have anything to stand on anymore. That's the problem. Pretty much their entire company's gone completely bust. Okay, so I'm gonna need to go this one. Sorry guys, I'm trying to figure out which chapter I'm up to right now. Okay, we're on 12 of 18. So we're missing all collectibles, and then there's a special ending with all the collectibles as well. So we've got Memories from the Past, which is the secret memory. All the collectibles. Sing to the Magic Fowls is a different one. Anger. This is the second stage I didn't do. Avoid eel bites. Hang on. Sing to the Magic Fowls. Oh, come on, bro. Okay. They didn't put this in a missable? Why would they do that? I hate... Okay, we'll do the miscellaneous and then we'll go do the final bit. Sorry, guys. Is the game glitched? Are you serious? Come on, man. Has chapter select they deemed it not missable? Yeah. Still to play like a certain amount like into the areas. That's the problem. Just a brief explanation. I don't need like it's nothing like crazy like spoilerless. Like it just tells you like just to watch out for. That's generally what I go off. Okay, and when I do that, I'm guessing I just go to the end. Today's the day, Monday. Fuck me, man. I'm struggling. I worked a real funny week last week, and I'm just completely like out of whack right now. It's gonna take me a few weeks to fix it, and I'm not even gonna work my normal week this week. Is what's fucking infuriating. Till my car's fixed, I'm just gonna have a bit of a rough time. I think it's really irritating. Shit, I'm sorry. Yeah, it's alright. Ugh, it's alright. I kind of did it to myself anyway. Yeah, great game though. I would recommend it if you ever want to play it. Email. The other ones, again, I've been talking about it a bit, but that Never is the sequel to this, and that won Indie Game of the Year last year or the year before. I think. Actually, I can't remember completely. I'm pretty sure it did. I think it beat Balatro. That was a weird one, actually. I think it did beat Balatro, and it won for Art Directory. I'm on this for a good while, yeah. I think they're developing another game right now. It's one of those ones that doesn't drop in price too often. I got this for pretty cheap. I got this for $2, I think, on PlayStation. During a Christmas sale, I think. I got it for really cheap. I was trying to get a physical of it. I think Big W has a copies of it, but I haven't grabbed any yet. Well, obviously. I'll probably put Never on my list now, because this, yeah, it's pretty impressive. I might just chuck it on my short games. Okay, the collectibles do keep. There you go. That's good to know. Play short games, especially if you've been playing really long ones for a while. Yeah, I feel like I've been grinding some really tough ones. It's my own fault, but I've been doing ultra rare platinums recently, so... To be fair, like Ratchet and Clank and Chicory were actually really grindy, so... They weren't even, like, kind of easy going. So it is nice to play some short ones. Like doing this new Saturday thing has really helped though. I feel so much better because I feel like we've like beating 2 games in like 2 weeks has been really, really like really good because I feel good about it. Chipping away at redeems like that. Like backlog, yeah. I think it's a good way to do it. Hey, I think there's 20 games on there right now. So I should, and some of them are like half a stream worth, so I can, like a 12 hours, so I can actually, I'll have them all done by the end of the year at this rate, which would be really good. Give it the moves. Bro, I'll knock them out with my moves, bro. Yeah. But nah, it's been really good, and like I said, it gives me a good opportunity to finish off like some other games. I've got like the Metal Gear Solids and stuff. I like that idea. Feel better about that too. Though I'm saying that now, and I bet you we roll like Crash Bandicoot on Saturday and I cry. Metal Gear mentioned, cheeky. I think I can beat the first 2 games. 3, actually. I think. We made it. I think. Yeah, I think the first 3 can be done within like 15 hours. So we had to beat the first 3 games, and then the 4th one's way longer. So, but here stories the remake. The remake I'm scared for. I know I'll crash out, and I know I'm gonna give myself 18 hours for that one. It says estimation of like 12 hours, and I think that's a load of shit personally. But like, I'll take people's words for it. So I put it on there. And if we don't end up finishing it, we don't end up finishing it. And it's just something I chip away at. And I'll remove it from the wheel until I can, like, at least finish the main game in my spare time. And then we'll move on to 2. But for the 4th game, I've played the 4th game. The 4th game is one of the hardest games I've ever played, like, hands down. It was one of the most frustrating experiences I've ever had. In gaming. The 4th game is ridiculous. It's just stupid. I think me and my mates were like passing it, like we were taking turns for like 10 hours, and we just couldn't do it. It was ridiculous. Let's go with the FF4 app on PS1. It's actually Japan. Ooh, it's like with the original PS2 DMC 1 and 3 where it was set. Oh my god, that's crazy. I didn't know you could do that. Is it like an Australian version as well? Or it just has it? Wait, how do I do that? Oh, I gotta wait for the wind. It's the Australian version? That's crazy. I didn't know about that. Dude, that game must be so hard. I still find it funny how they've got like different difficulties for some games. That's so funny. It makes sense, to be fair. I'd love to play... I don't know like if they would even claim it properly. Some games, you know, when they would do them with newer stuff. But I would love to see like if 15's harder on the Japanese version somehow. I'd love to see that. I doubt it, but like, I would love to see whether it would be a little bit different. 5 and 6 were unchanged. Interesting. Was hard as fuck. Didn't realize it. Interesting. That's so funny. That like the 4th one is. I know 6 is difficult. I've got that on the wheel actually right now. Funny enough, I've got the 6th game on the wheel right now because I've heard so many people talking highly of it recently that I just got to play it. I think it's, yeah, because it's so underrated. I'd love to play it and then maybe like play it and then talk other people into playing it as well, since so many haven't. It's even more odd because 4 and 5 came out together on people. That's so weird. Remaster version. Yeah, it will be, yes. It'll be the Pixel remaster. I'll probably try get it like I've been looking for them. I've been looking for the. My brain's not working. I've been looking for physical copies of Final Fantasy. Dude, it's impossible. I know I can look at them online and they're quite expensive, but it's just expensive. And in person, it's near impossible to do. So I've just got to like pray I get lucky, I guess. I don't know. You know? It's best to play it on PlayAsia. Okay, interesting. I should just get them online. They're expensive. Yeah. I've been trying everything. There's a fucking... We went to our EB Games today. There's this freaking scalper that lives in my town, and he goes every day to EB. Every day. I know he does. Because I've seen him twice now as well. He goes every day. And I just can't get any decent, like, copies of anything. Like, anything that, like, interests me is, like, wrecked by, like, stickers. Like, I found PlayStation All-Stars on the PS3 the other day for, like, $13. Like, dude, this is a sick, like, grab. And it's got, like, it's got, like, 6 old labels all over it, and, like, the cover's, like, destroyed. So it's, like, it's not a very nice copy. I'll probably still grab it, to be honest, but, like... Yeah. Shame you can't lay a trap for him, I know, right? What did I find today? I found the Walking Dead series today, actually, the Telltale series, physically. With a, not like with a proper cover. And at EB, they leave the discs in to, like, you know, because they don't really care that much about, they have the rare stuff out the back, really. And it's like an old, like, Video 2000 game. So, like, it's got, like, the damage around the rim of the disc. So I didn't grab it in the end. I was stuffed. But yeah, that's what I mean. Like, just nothing good. I just can't find anything good there. It's sad. Hopefully one day, though. I've just got to keep looking, I guess. And wait. Okay, we destroyed 3 of these statues, I think. Yeah, over here. And then over here. Anger. But I would love to lay a trap for him, eh? I like the guy who's the manager. He's just a new manager in that store, like the store manager. I do like him. So I might talk to him about it sometime and ask him. I might start talking to him, like, maybe I can, like, yeah. Because I know he has some rare games out the back. But, like, he's smart. So, like, he will raise the value of that game to a disgusting amount. So you won't get anything for cheap. But, yeah. But I might talk to him about letting me know when stuff is in there. Sent me a $10 voucher. I've been trying to save as I want to upgrade my PC GPU. They're trying to tempt me. Did they go down? Didn't they go down recently a little bit? What was I talking about the other day? Spicy, I think, was it? They went down a little bit. Not a lot, though. Not a lot. Alright, we'll go do the eel bites, I think, next. God, this is going to be nightmare fuel. Looking at 479. I think mine was more expensive than that. Is it a what is it a 5,000? There you go. That's not too bad. Thank God we're not dealing with those fucking COVID prices anymore. They still give me nightmares to this day. I can double jump now. I'd love to get a 16 VRAM, but it's just not happening for anything under 800. Yeah, it's just disgusting, some of that stuff. It's just... Unless I switch to AMD, yeah. I am AMD, but like, you know, once you switch to that, it's just no point. You gotta switch... It's infuriating how you have to switch absolutely everything. So many components don't work with Intel or with AMD, and vice versa, and it's infuriating. I don't know if I already did this. This is apparently locked in the video cards and the way their games are optimized these days is a pretty big deal. I don't want the latest horseshit one they were trying to sell people though. AI Gen changes shit, lol. Yeah, I've heard some things with that. I think Spicy deals with that, but found a way to fix it where it doesn't affect their PC. I can't remember. It's ridiculous. Especially, like, imagine buying it and then, like, finding out they do that change is irritating. It's not out yet. Isn't it the newest edition? Don't they have the new AI thing? Green means pig in Norwegian pog title. I'm fucking... Is this not the... Shite. We're there to run it, 5090 graphics cards together. Oof, okay. 2 5090s is disgusting. Hey, no banana. I think this game is French or Spanish. It's one of the two, I think. I can't remember where this one was developed, I'm afraid. Barcelona. It is Spanish. They live in Spain. I live in pain. God damn, I do all of this every time, dude. Going good, thanks. How are you guys? Not too bad, fam. Not too bad. I hate that I have to do all these silly puzzles again, dude. Bugger. That's what you got, to be honest. Man, I can't. 5080 is crazy. I don't think I'll upgrade my PC for a very long time anymore. I'll build Rikoi's before I even build another one, to be fair, as well. But we're getting to that point where you have to have a fucking like a crazy PC. There's 4. I need 1 more, don't I? So our idea is we need to not get hit by an eel that we're about to fight. Oh, we need 2 more apparently. What? We've got 4 there. Oh no, there's 6. Shit. 'Tis I, Darkrai. Come to steal your bitches. Fuck. Dude, make the jump. Oh, Corby didn't deserve it. Finished ending B. Saw you murdered B. God damn, took him out. Didn't deserve it. The thing I like about the ending B is context I get even from the shades. Yeah, it's with every ending you get more and more. That's the best part about the games. The craziest part about it is you still won't get absolutely everything, but if you're concentrating, you'll get a lot. GPU's weak spot is at 60 RAM. Thank you for the 10 stream sheet banana as well. When I do get to upgrade my GPU, my CPU will be weak spot. Yeah, my CPU, I think, is a problem. With PC prices, I'd rather die than upgrade it at this point. I'll wait a little bit longer. Weak spot more than a GPU weak spot. Well, it depends how your PC runs, you know, and how your OBS runs and everything. And your preference, I guess. Hey, Rulzek. How's the Barely Heard game? Good. Like, my PC runs, like, my old PC ran more for my CPU than my GPU, so I never really had a problem with my GPU until, well, my PC died in the end. That's just what happened. So I had a more powerful CPU. And let it control everything. My PC is actually sitting in a spot where I can still upgrade it if I want to, and it'll still last a stupidly long time. I just gotta do it. Make that leap again. GPU often hits the recommended minimum recommendations in new games, so now it should be okay. Fair enough, same bird, yeah. I think it's too fucking expensive. I just can't do it right now. I mean, if you need to, though, like, it's definitely worth it. Like, I'm gonna wait, like, a stupid amount of time. It's not that I don't want my PC. I still play games on my PC, and it still runs everything. But I've decided that everything just, like, prioritize. My PlayStation takes... Sorry, my PC takes priority for one reason alone, and that is just streaming. And I need that shit running. I need my stream running for at least another 5 to 6 years. So any other pressure from any other game is just not worth it currently to me. Looks like Journey on 2D for real. That's like a few people said that now. It's really good. I'd recommend it. It's free with extra, this one as well, rules out. I think this one should have won Indie of the Year, but it lost to someone. Probably get a new power supply because this is one goal. It's not needed, but it's a safer idea. Yeah, it's always... I bought a stupidly overpowered power supply. I bought one that I just didn't need, but it's always safe to do. And like, I always... Whenever I've talked to like fellow Australians, like I've just... With how like touchy our powers are, I always go something more powerful because of just all the weird shit going on with them, so... But yeah. If I didn't play as much Rise, I'd be set for the next 10 or so years, to be honest. Yeah. Is it... When you're wearing a game, like, you're just playing constantly at, like, crazy frames, you're gonna wear everything down. Eventually. The biggest thing that killed my last PC, because just the temperatures I lived in, just destroyed them. Just absolutely obliterated them because of like the 40-degree heat and shit. And the humidity. I had rust everywhere. And there's just no way of getting rid of it. $144 is crazy. Just buy a stupidly OP laptop for BFME and set your BFME minutes for the win, right? OP laptops are fucking crazy though, for real. You can get some powerful shit going on in those. Like full on. I don't know if we're gonna get this, man. Fuck. Hello, Purge, what was it? We're just talking about the new GPUs. Spicy. Steam, I was looking at grabbing one. And I was just saying you've got some of the more powerful stuff. Dude, I bought a HP Omen in 2017 to play with me, RTS from Festival. Hell yeah. Well, that's what Rye does. Not Rye, sorry. Koi has a crazy laptop. I think B just bought a laptop, actually. I think. No, it hit me straight away. Are you taking the piss? Does that count? No fucking way, dude. I can't afford 58. 56 will be it for me. I think 56 is good. 59 is scary to buy because there's a lot of power sockets melting. I think 58 is the best balance. I think 5060 is good. What have I got? I got a 40. Maybe I do have a 5000 series. I can't even remember anymore, to be honest. I kind of built my PC and I left it there. I'm never touching it again. Not touching it again, but I just don't want to touch it in case something goes wrong. Because I kind of set it up nicely and I just don't want to touch it. And I've sealed the fuck out of it. I need to clean it though. I've got a shitload of fans in it though. So it does pretty well. And I'm kind of in a dustproof room actually. So it's not too bad. I've cleaned the exterior a few times. Okay, that's good to know that reset, it works. So we need to try and not get grabbed by this piece of shit. This is going to be one of the most annoying trophies in the game. Well, no, it is going to be the most annoying trophy for me in the game, I think. Coward, touch it. Touch my PC? Fuck no. Fuck no. If I had an extra $3,000 to throw around, then sure, I'd open up my PC every few weeks, clean it up, improve it. But there's no way in hell in any universe is it worth spending 3K unless I have it. In the PC, yeah. Trust me, if it didn't crash from Dagger summoning all those Netsians, I would be alright. I have a 270, I'm very happy. The 2000 series is still quite solid. They just don't run games anymore. I've had when I had my 2000 series, I just had games where it was like, nope. You're not running this. And I'd have to find ways to go around it. I think one of the WWEs I had issues with. That was a weird one, actually. And one of the FIFAs, the FIFA was one of them as well. I can't believe I ran FIFA on a 2000 series, one of the new ones. Because they just they run like crazy. But I'm alright, John. How are you doing today, fam? Alright, let's try this again. The 5080s are like a lot, right? Are they $2,000 still? Just reading fuck me in the main story whereas a mad fucking long but very fun. Hell yeah, dude. I was doing some today. I was doing some of the hunts and stuff. I'm chipping away with it off stream right now, my first playthrough. And I'll worry about my big playthrough on stream. I'm gonna fucking break something. I can't see him chomp there. That's ridiculous. Why the fuck would they do that? Go fuck yourself. That's under $2,000. Oh, that's alright then. Jesus. At least some are. The worst part is I'm 30 seconds into this. This goes for fucking 3 minutes. Seriously. Some devs come up with the dumbest trophies. Genuinely. No, they know what they're doing, but still, fuck you. Like, in my opinion, do some side shot offline, i.e. the cards and contracts, because it's cash supplies nothing important from what I see. I won't be doing my first playthrough mainly at all on stream. Probably won't do any of it, really. I'll do some of it. I'll be playing it today. But none of it will be touched. The entire second playthrough, the hard playthrough, will be done on stream. I mean, it's meant to be a challenge one, right? It is. I do get that. I just suck at it, email, so I'm complaining. With games like this, I always struggle with stuff like this, like in Journey or Sword of the Sea. I don't know if you guys remember that boss battle where you had to go hitless. Oh my god. That Sword of the Sea hitless trophy. And then remember, it was right at the end of stream, and it was 3 minutes. 3 minutes I went over, and I was shattered. Over my 24-hour limit. Because of the credits. I was so angry. Holy Lord. I love that game though, but holy man. That'd probably be the only reason why I wouldn't do the PS4 version of the game. Just had to be 2 of those stupid fucking walls. You pricks. Sorry guys. This is going to take me a little bit. I'm going to rage a little bit until it's done. I've got the timing down, I think, for the normal ones, but the problem is that it's just the 2 walls that are going to get me every time, I think. God, I love Sword of the Sea. The Sword of the Sea has not gone on sale at all, and it's been on my wish list on Steam for like, what, like 6 months now? And I've wanted to buy it for everybody, and it just hasn't gone on sale. You have this, or I don't know. Oh, please, man. I just want to get to The Witcher 3 for a little bit. I kind of want to see the secret ending to this game too. I'd love to see it, see what happens in it. Okay, we got through the first section. That little one was harder to dodge than I thought. It was literally like, the timing was a little bit off, and it was like a split second for me to figure out how the fuck to get through that. It was not fun. Alright, there's still one more little bit after this. And I got hit every time from, I think, this next bit last time, so... Ooh. I mean, props to people who can do stuff like this first try, dead ass. I'm just not built like that, man. I'm just not built like that. I'm not built for trophy hunting. I don't know why the fuck I do it, to be honest. Built like a 2-year-old. I'm not either. Caps lock, lol. You're right. God, I can't see shit, dude. Why is this so much harder to get through last time? Okay, we go. Oh my god, I fucked it. Right at the fucking end. Stupidity, cunt. I deserve to die in a hole. That was the last fucking one.
Gary, now I know I was wrong. I messed up, and now you're gone. Gary, I'm sorry I neglected you. Oh, I never expected you to run away and leave me feeling this empty.
Wait, what?
How are you?
Oh,
Please help me.
shit.
There's too much raining.
Oh, fish break. Hang on. You have it. Don't hurt yourself, Purge. Oh, man. It's alright. Give me a second. I forgot about that sound alert. Now we gotta hope that the game didn't save and then we can get through this. It was just because it was one more skill check and I like choked. I panicked. Like an idiot. I apologize, guys. I really suck at these types of things. It's just like... just can't seem to get them right. If we could just get this done, it's 2 more trophies and we're done. To reset the mental. Let me get through this and then we'll do it. Because I'll need it anyway. Oh my god. Didn't help me that I'm kind of scared of this stage as well. Oh my god, it worked. Oh my god. I fucking hate this. Fucking so stupid, dude. What I mean, I don't know. I know, like, it's just like what I get frustrated about. When the moon hits your eye like a big pizza pie, that's amore. The thing that pisses me off about it is this game's meant to be really relaxing. I just don't get it. Stuff like that isn't relaxing. Where is it? That's Amore. Who the fuck is that? There it is. Alright, it's 5 minutes of aquarium. You know how it goes. Great job. Thanks, fam. I appreciate it. Alright. Fish time! Alright, while it's doing that, I'm just gonna grab some water real quick. I'll put a timer on real quick. I'm gonna see Nemo! You wouldn't believe that this takes like 20 hours of gameplay to get this. This many fish. Alright, let me grab some water. And like I said, I've set a timer. I'll be back in a second. All right. How are the fish? Still no Nemo. I did have a Nemo. I've got a black clownfish there. Look there, he's there. The cheeky fella. Hang on. See? Got two there. And we got the black clownfish as well. We've got a whole set of them. Yay, fish. Yeah, I know. I raged at a stupid freaking thing. I'll be back. Puppy's decided to wake up, so we'll probably... All good, Emil. Found Nemo. Yeah, I was raging at a nice, relaxing game, Minx. Whew. Yeah, sorry, I should have done full screen. Just one more minute.
It's like that time that Papa John like had this weird fucking. There's like certain CEOs that are just like completely unhinged, like more than you would expect.
Right. Bye bye, fishies. Yeah, 20 hours in game. Fuck me sideways. Ah, let's get back to it. Thank you for that, Darkrai. W redeem. Yeah, that one's Minx's. That one. I think it was. I think she came up after. She came up with it after. After I did Sackboy last year, because I raged my tits off on that game. I was fucking losing my mind. Pretty much. We need 2, don't we? I think. So Childhood's the last one. Sing to the Magic Fowls. Is that it? Yeah, so the Magic Fowls is in Gravity. Oh, for fuck's sakes. There's 7 of them. This is gonna take a while. Bugger. Okay. I think... No, there's 2, so there are those things there. I'm glad you think so. Hang on, let me pull it up real quick. And this one's dead. God's sakes, dude. Oprah, just be my friend. Please. Don't you feel nice and locked in now after that? A little bit. It does help a little bit, just like, it just tells me to basically walk away. Really. Not be a dickhead about it. Yeah, for my Rivals games, for real. I just listen to lo-fi when I'm like in a really intense game, to be fair. That shit lives like pretty much on my Spotify. I think it got like most listened to like last year. Especially during horror games I put it on and then stream can't usually hear it. There might be another one over here, but we'll just check anyway. Hey Rock Protector, how you doing, fam? What a good game, yeah. It's been really good. We're just doing the last few trophies now. I think if I got the counter on right? No, I don't. We're actually on 15. But yeah, barely redeemed this one. He's not here today though. Busy with work, I think. But I'll upload the VOD for him anyway and see if he wants to watch it or not. But yeah, I was supposed to start E33 today, but like, I'm not streaming till Friday now, so I didn't want to like start it and enjoy it, or hate it and then dread or be excited to play it till Friday. So I ended up just doing this today because I spun this ages ago, and I've been kind of waiting for Barely to have a day off. I should have done it tomorrow because usually he pops in, but I don't stream tomorrow anymore, so it's a bit hard to do. But anyway. It's been really good. But yeah, we're just getting the last few like things now. We've got the secret ending left. I've tried to keep that to the very end. And then we've got the we've just got the singing fowls. There's also Never Also Made by the Same People. Yeah, I probably will. I think I'll wishlisted that and buy it at some point as well. They're making another game right now, I believe. The devs. Oh my god. Dude. Hang on. I think I just go the wrong way. Sorry. Struggling here like an idiot. But yeah, I think they're making another one right now. I think they're making a bigger game next. They did DLC for Never, actually. Over Christmas. How you doing today there, Rocky? You working today, dude? What time is it for you, Darkrai, by the way? It's like 10 AM? What'd say? Nice, dude. Hopefully it goes well for you. Right on the money, I thought so. I can usually guess it when we're on like on this daylight savings change. The other one's what throws me off all the time. We're more in line with each other now, thankfully. So we probably will be seeing each other a bit more. It's not a crazy amount, but the 2 hours makes a fucking difference, I tell you what. I'll tell you what. Hooray! Yeah, that's what like the other one, like the daylights we just came out of, fucking sucks. That's why I never see anyone, like as in like I can't see other people's streams and it shits me out the wall. Cause you stream at like 10 AM for me now, and it was like 9 AM, sorry, but like used to be like 6 AM for me. Because that's the thing, we go the opposite ways. Love catching for a bit before I go to work. Yeah, I like catching you at work. Sometimes like you'll finish a bit too early for me, but now it's switched. I can catch you at my work. It always lines up in a weird way because ours has only just switched recently. Like 6 a.m. Yeah, we pretty much go like opposites. It's funny like that, isn't it? It's so stupid, bro. When I was full degenning last year, I was watching Sarah at like 5 in the morning, my time, to catch her streams. It was fucking a nightmare. Because I really like watching Sarah. She's like one of my favorite streamers. I mean Sarah Filron, by the way. But I could never catch her. Now she streams the exact fucking time as me, so it's even harder to watch streams. I have to watch her VODs, but... But yeah, I used to stay up to like 5 a.m. to watch her. And that was a nightmare. Fucking nightmare, that was. I just destroyed my sleep. When we met, I was on plays. I'd sleep 1 a.m. So yeah, that's how you do it though, don't you? Like, that's how you meet people. I'm still pretty good. Like, I'm like 3 a.m. It's just like, people, like, I don't know whether everybody's just become more mature. And less degen or what, but I swear to God, pretty much everyone I know on Twitch is like calms down and no one's awake anymore. When they shouldn't be, basically. Definitely seen it in my group at least. Like, a lot of them have gotten a lot better. I haven't, to be honest. Like I said, if I catch people, it has to be during the day, and that was when I was unemployed or I'd work at night, basically. So I'd be able to talk to people during the day, and it's harder to catch them at night time for me. So it's the opposite. And when I try and stay out because it feels like peaceful, you know. Late at night. I'm definitely a night owl, whatever the fuck they like to call it. That I'm definitely a night owl, 100%. I don't like going to bed early. I hate it. So I'm up to 2 a.m. every night, no matter what. Anything before about 1 a.m. is way too early for me personally, and I don't like it. I can flip-flop, which is hell for me sometimes. I feel you, because like for my job, I have to travel really far for one of my shifts. It's like a 3-hour drive away from me, so I have to get up at 3 in the morning sometimes to go to work, so I have to change my entire sleep schedule to fit it, and it's fucking a nightmare to deal with. But yeah, that usually rails me. And then like, because to fix it as well, what I do, because you have to stabilize it, because like obviously you've got up at 3 in the morning to drive somewhere, and you usually, like, you know, your sleep schedule is usually to 2 in the morning. So what I do is I stay up for 24 hours. So I get home on a Friday. I did it last week. I'll get home on a Friday and I'll stream to 3 in the morning again. So I'll stay up 24 hours. So then it doesn't wreck my sleep schedule, which again is psychotic, but that's just how it goes. I should do that to fix it. You legit don't feel it, because like you're just going to bed at the same time you would usually, and like I drink as well, so it gives me a bit of a second wind. But if you just, even like I've done it with just water before and stayed up for it, and even if you get like within about 2 hours of when you slept, you usually sleep, it kind of resets you well. Otherwise, you're wrecked. It's just something I've been testing out recently, and it helps a fair bit. Drinking make me sometimes sleepy. I feel you. If you get past the sleeping stage, I don't get sleepy when I drink anymore. Just something that's sort of gone away over time for me. But I think what I personally think, and like with drinking, is it makes you realize how tired you are, and you should be like. I think it's just like it's your body finally telling you like you need to sleep, pretty much. Because like it's the only time you can fully relax. So your body's like, fuck that, bro. Get some rest. This is not going well. Oh, just. I think I've got 2 more beds and we're good. I think. Gorgeous game though. I am excited to play Never and then whatever else is after this. I'd be very surprised if Never's better than this though. This is just Journey, but 2D, and I love Journey with all my heart. To these guys? No? Oh, that's it. Okay, shit. Alrighty. Final trophy. I think we've got all the collectibles. So I think we enter this room down here. I think. It's down the bottom. I think I saw it before. It looked weird. It looked like it was like pushing me towards it. So I was thinking it's maybe that. But I'm not sure. The next thing that could maybe upset me is like it doesn't work. No, I'm wrong. I'm nowhere near where I thought it was. Oh, maybe not. Hang on. Wait, where is it? Okay. Here we go. The Black Journey, but that trophy play with someone a whole game though. Yeah, it's brutal, hey. I'm forcing Rikoi to do it with me. It doesn't work as well. I've done it before multiplayer and then it doesn't work. I don't know if you've done that either. What game did you get, Darkrai? That is the mother. There you go. More True Assistant? Oh my god, bro. Did you know they made a movie about that? Childhood. Personal growth. GG. There's another one. What a game. What a game. I'm very, very, very impressed. I know I had a bit of a rough time there with some of the stuff, but genuinely a very, very fantastic game. But yeah, it was great. If it was random, you can increase your chances by being in the same region. I don't think, and that's why I was going to say you and me can do it. I